mixer was off. Did you turn it on though? So what did you do? Just turn the mixer on and unplug this and plug it back in. But the mixer was off. Was it on when you tested it? He didn't want to try it. Ask him. I tried.
I thought, yeah, we gave it away.
It always works like that. Always. Yeah. Cindy's here.
Would like to apologize for the audio technical difficulties, but we are live here in the Moeller Family Stadium. For those of you just joining in, nothing doing on the scoreboard. I'm Connor Moore. As we take a look at the statistics through this game, it's been a pitcher's duel. Michaela Dooley has limited Nova Southeastern to 2 hits, whereas Tampa has scored 3 hits, no runs on Lexi Straw, and we currently are going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Spartans looking to strike first. For the Spartans, it's the top of the lineup: Chevalier, Clawberg, and Miner. And it will be pitch number 72 for Straw. She has 3 strikeouts as well as giving up 3 hits.
Leading off number 13, Lexi Chevalier.
Chevalier, 0 for 2.
Took me a while to get it.
All right, bottom of the 6th inning. Nothing doing on the scoreboard. And the pitch from Straw. Little looper, shallow center. Will it fall? It will. 3 Shark defenders in shallow center field, but Lexi Chevalier gets on base.
At the plate, number 3, Christina Clawberg.
And now for Christina Clawberg, as we have a pinch runner, Lauren Pasco taking over for Chevalier.
He said he mixed
Joined now by Alexander Kirsch. Alex, how are you doing? I saw you do the social medias. We have oh my! And this is going to be trouble. There's a bunt that goes into the outfield with the throw. Pascal will score, and going to third is Clawberg. How about that? Welcome to the set, Alex, with that play.
Yeah, pleasure for having me. Fitting way, we have our first run of the game on an errant throw to second going into center field.
Yeah, special thanks to Tom Colby. It seems like he saved the day at the perfect time because the action has just begun with the Spartans taking a 1-0 lead, and now for Michaela Dooley, Alex, she's only 3 outs away from the Spartans being up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, this game is blown by. Started at about 12 o'clock, and we're almost at the end of it. We're almost coming up to 1:15 right now. And keep in mind, this is a doubleheader, but a short game will keep these players fresh going into the second game. Beautiful conditions out today, as we haven't gotten to mention yet, but crowd is certainly enjoying that.
So nobody out. Clawberg on third. Corinne Miner at the plate with Sam Worrell on deck. And this insurance run looming at third base is of the essence right now for Tampa to bring that in.
So something to keep in mind was that was the second bunt that caused a little bit of trouble. Miner last time she was up at the plate dropped a bunt, bounced up in the air, and was able to get to first.
And now it's going to be the heart of the lineup for Nova. Gerp, Schmall, and Hernandez. That's 3-4-5 against Dooley. Pitch outside to Miner, 1-0. And Alex, you had a field side view. What has Michaela Dooley done to stop the Sharks' offense?
Michaela hasn't necessarily dominated in terms of their strikeouts today, but these Sharks hitters seem to be going for long balls and getting those one-hit game changers, and that's not the way that you're going to beat Dooley. And they're flying it out and getting these easy outs for the Spartans, quick innings for them, which is what they're looking to do.
Well, you mentioned only 6 strikeouts overall, both teams with 3. The Sharks are only 2 for 20 at the dish. Tampa now 4 for 19. And that is served into right field. Coming on, making the catch and staying put at third is Pasco. So Strawer gets a big out for Nova Southeastern. But Sam Worrell in a position here where a medium to deep fly ball will easily get in. Clawberg, who runs well, and that is the game plan right here to expand the lead to 2. The infield will play in, no surprise. Anything hit at an infielder in the play will come home. First pitch outside to Worrell.
The arms of these Sharks outfielders have not been tested yet in terms of throwing into home. However, they do have some serious speed out there in the outfield to catch those fly balls.
So the 1-0 will have time. So we saw 4 errors in last night's game. How pivotal of a sequence was that throwing error earlier? As, oh my goodness, we have a pass ball, but Clawberg will stay. Because that was just an innocent bunt, Alex, but the throw ended up going near the center field wall.
These two teams are very evenly matched, and in a game that's going to come down to one deciding play, that error could hurt you significantly. Last night we saw errors change the game from the Sharks having a 4-0 lead and giving that up, and can definitely change the momentum of the game when you don't convert a play that you should.
And for Strawer, she is losing her rhythm now. It's a 3-0 count. So, do you give the green light to Worrell here, Alex? If it's a pitch that she likes.
They just go for the pass ball walk, and
yeah, the Sharks going to be careful with the South Florida transfer. So runners on the corners for Maddie Farrell. And as we take a look, this is the middle game of 3. The Spartans are currently... They're 10-6 in conference play, and Nova, they're 9-4. So this has a lot on the line in terms of conference standings.
This is where we shoot from right there.
1-0 now to Farrell.
So, how about this?
Clawberg, who's on third, worth giving her a shout-out. She was 4 for 4 yesterday, 2 runs batted in and a run scored. Career day for her. And she had the bunt just a few moments ago that ended up scoring Pasco, and that is where we stand. 1-0 Tampa over Nova here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 2-0 count to Maddie Farrell. Hacks at that one, fouls it off.
getting a second run here for the Spartans, though, can be crucial and giving Dooley a little bit of insurance heading into the 7th.
Spartans just 1 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. And make it 2 for 8. There's a base hit for Farrell. Scoring is Clawberg. 2-0 Tampa. And it was smooth sailing for the Sharks until the 6th inning where it's all unfolded. And now Tampa in a prime position.
How do you broadcasters do that?
And we will have a pinch runner. Looks to be Bree Taphouse coming in for Maddie Farrell. Do you like the decision?
I like the decision to get a pinch runner in, but for these Sharks deciding to walk Worrell and bringing up Dooley, they kind of might be kicking themselves for that, because maybe if they would have given Worrell a pitch she would have liked to hit, she could have gotten easy out there. But Farrell has been really raking as of late. She's had multiple RBI games and 3 of her last 5 games, and she's showing why they're getting great contact and bringing in another run for the Spartans.
the 1-1, showing bunt there, and unable to hold up is Jansen, so it's 1-2, and she's now pleased with the call by crew chief Steve Haney.
Yeah, she thought she got hit by that and should have got a walk over to first base, but it was deemed that she tipped the ball off herself.
So she will look to battle back. Takes outside. And Alex, as we look ahead to the third and final game of this series, Michaela Dooley has pitched the first two. Do you see her maybe coming in relief for the third? Because Corinne Miner came in relief last night and pitched phenomenally. Of course, Sam Worrell has pitched a fair amount.
Worrell should be the probable starter going into game two. Her arm should be fresh for that, and the Spartans, I think, want to see if they can trust her and see if she can.
It's
How about this? The defensive woes for Nova continues. That one was served into right field. Everybody advances. Alex, take us through that play.
Seemed like a routine catch, and I think she was looking to make a throw and drop the ball, but that's going to load the bases for the Spartans.
And we have the runner out at second, so interesting play there. So there is 2 outs now.
Over-ambitious base running for the Spartans.
But for the right fielder, Lloyd, that's heads up. Getting the runner at second at the very least does not do too much harm. As the runners are on the corners now for Dooley, looking to help her own cause.
Dooley came into the series with a 130 batting average, but a big at-bat here could really improve her overall batting for the season.
And while she hasn't had the year at the plate she would have liked, if she is able to get 3 more outs, this will be her 15th complete game on the year. And we still have a fair amount left of the season as she's behind 0-1. Changeup under it goes out of play. So if Nova Southeastern is able to get out of this, they are still within striking distance, only down by 2, with the heart of the lineup coming up next inning. But you get the impression if Dooley's able to come through with a base hit here, this could be the start of something special for her in terms of changing her demeanor at the plate.
Yeah, Dooley came into the game with only 7 hits, but 4 of those went for RBIs. With a runner in third here, anything that gets past the infield should score a run for the Spartans.
The 1-2, and that is going to find the left center gap. Nice piece of hitting by McKaylee. and the Spartans now lead 3-0.
She gets a pat on the head from Denise Rubio. That's got to feel great for her, especially now that the Spartans have a 3-run lead.
At the plate number 17.
And that excites the Spartans bench. See a number of them come out and congratulate Warrell, who came around to score there for the third run of the game. Lauren Reyes swinging away at the first pitch. Fouled out of play. And for Lauren, we haven't seen a whole lot of her at the plate this year, but opportunity to cash in with Jansen on second.
She's been a mainstay over in left field defensively, and we should see her there again in the second game today. Maybe not in the batting lineup, but she's made some solid contact today and has a few hits on the season.
And this is already the 24th pitch of the inning for Strawer. She had been cruising through the first 5, but has run into some trouble here. So 1-1 now on Reyes with 2 outs. Low, 2-1.
For these Spartans in the middle of a 10-game winning streak, it's really rubbing off on these batters and giving them a little bit more of that confidence at the plate. Looking to extend that to 11 straight games.
Balmer waits on deck. The 2-1 to Reyes, served into center field, and Laguerre ranges and makes the play, so the Spartans go down, but not before they get 3 runs in the bottom of the inning. And Alex, what do you expect in the top of the 7th with Dooley against 3-4-5 for Nova?
I think Dooley's going to really try to attack those first 2 batters, knowing that she has a 3-run lead now. For the Spartans, though, as a theme for this season, they've been doing most of their damage and runs in the 4th or 6th innings. And I think Dooley gets a little bit more of a confidence boost here, knowing that she has the lead, as opposed to yesterday when she was battling from behind.
So as we look ahead, it will be the second baseman, Gerb, the number 3 hitter. She had a single in the first inning before popping out to Balmer. So what do you expect right now is the mentality if you are the Sharks in the dugout and your coach, Julie Lemaire? What are you telling your players? It was a tie game up until now, but only 3 runs, so definitely doable for them. But only problem, you're facing Michaela Dooley, and she has been unstoppable today in the circle.
Yeah, for these Sharks batters, it really comes down to them getting runners on base. When they get on base, they seem to have a little bit of a swagger, and something to note is when they get to first or second or third, they'll look back over their dugout and do a little bit of a hip toss and point over to their bench and rile everyone up. And when they get that momentum going and they get that confidence, it seems as though their batters really shine off of that. But when Dooley's dominating, not giving them a lot of opportunities to actually get to first, it's going to hurt somebody like Van Gerp, who leads the team in RBIs.
Yeah, and it's remarkable. Van Gerb entered the series batting .433, and for the Spartans, no one anywhere close to that average, but Michaela Dooley has done a phenomenal job keeping her in check. First pitch swinging away, foul.
She showed she had some pop last time up. She took a ball almost to the warning track for a long fly out.
And on deck, Miriam Schmall, we saw her in the circle for game number 1 last night, as that one is laced into center field right at minor. Spartans 2 outs away from victory. The aforementioned Schmall up at the plate. She looked really sharp in the mound until about the 6th inning yesterday. The 5th inning, those 2 innings got away from her.
Yeah, she had a lot of fan support here. Her whole family came out, made the trip from Nova Southeastern, but these Spartans were able to rally and get in her head a little bit. But it'd be interesting to see if we see her in the second game of this doubleheader in the 3-game series.
Shallow fly, left field. Reyes ranges under, and Spartans 1 out away. And up trying to extend the chances is Aubrey Hernandez, the catcher for Nova. If she were to get on, it'd be Keely Mayers. Saw her a lot at first base yesterday and today. Dooley misses outside.
And out here would secure a home series win for the Spartans and an opportunity for a sweep.
No, it didn't send anybody.
And it's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, a lot of softball teams really don't. Florida Southern did, but he only did it because he had to cover swimming and clearwater the same day. So. I feel like I'm the only SID that really travels.
Michaela Dooley has only needed 75 pitches so far, so yesterday and today have been nothing new for her. As that one is sent on over to Jansen, battling the sun and the dugout. It goes out of play.
Jazz Tick's on top of the dugout.
So the Sharks are down to their last strike. Dooley and Hernandez. Misses low. Sharks entered 20-13. Spartans 20-9. The 2-2, and the count moves full. What pitch do you go to here? Full count, 2 outs, Alex. Do not want to walk anybody, but the riser has been good.
And on the hands.
As expected, elevated up and in. Credit Hernandez getting to it, though, but not much you can do with that pitch other than foul it off. So it'll be a payoff pitch from Dooley. And Hernandez stays alive.
Really seen a transformation in the Spartans team who underwent a 7-game skid not too long ago, and now they're rebounding very nicely and losing the string of games and series, really lit a fire under them.
And this could be the ball game. Warrell calls for it. She makes the play, and the Tampa Spartans take the middle game 3-0. Spartans win the series, and as Alex mentioned, they have an opportunity for a sweep in Game 3.
Spartans will look to sweep against Nova Southeastern.
First pitch will come approximately 2 o'clock. Be sure to tune in for us. For Alex Kirsch, I'm Connor Moore. We'll be back for the third and final game between Nova Southeastern and the Tampa Spartans. Welcome to Namoli Family Stadium for the third and final game between the Nova Southeastern Sharks and the Tampa Spartans. Joined by Alex Kirsch, I'm Connor Moore. We'll recap game number 2. Spartans improved to 21-9, 11-6 in conference, and the Sharks fall to 20-14 and 9-5 in Sunshine State Conference play. Alex, it wasn't too eventful until the bottom of the 6th inning. Tampa had a 3 spot, and McKaylee Dooley held Nova to only 2 hits, no runs. What was so impactful about the performance by Dooley and her Spartans?
Dooley looked great today, and yesterday she wasn't at her typical best, giving up 4 earned runs, but with a shutout, no earned runs, complete game for Dooley. She's back on track, and she helped her own cause with an RBI on the offensive end, which has got to feel good for her. Also, Maddie Farrell, we'll see her again behind the plate as she started every game at catcher so far this year. Great game, going 2 for 3 with an RBI, and she made a key contribution in that 6th inning as well.
And talk to us about Corinne Miner, expecting to see her. She was warming up for the 3rd game. She came in relief last night and really settled the troops. The Spartans were down, of course, as they gave up 4 runs in the 5th inning, but they came back, and it was largely in part to Corinne Miner. She's been a staple in the 3 spot, playing center field, and, of course, pitching. What has she done after battling injury last year, coming back and having just an all-out amazing year?
Yeah, Miner, the redshirt sophomore, is really the inspirational leader of this team, I would say, Connor. She sat out all last year. She was supposed to be the starting third baseman, and she unfortunately had an injury early in the year, which sat her out for the remainder of the season. However, this season, she's really been playing great. She came into this series batting .263, but leading the team in hits, 3rd in the team in RBIs, but as being a mainstay in center field, right field, pitching, batting in the heart of the lineup. She's really doing everything for these Spartans.
So we're just moments away from the first pitch. And for the Nova Southeastern Sharks, Alex, what have you seen through the first 2 games, both positive and negative, that they can look to improve on? Of course, they entered the series, the top team in conference play. If you're head coach Julie Lemaire, what are you telling your troops over there?
Let's start with the negatives, Connor. Well, number one thing that they're going to be getting enforced is making sound plays on the defensive end. The errors in this matchup have really hurt them. They had 2 errors, but they came at crucial times in the last game. Also had a couple errors in the previous game, and with a fielding percentage of right around .950 expected to lower, that does not bode well for them. Spartans came in with about a .975 fielding percentage, which is fairly good, but if Nova wants to continue to win games, they're going to have to do the little things right. Positive end for these Sharks has to be the fact that when they were able to get that 6-run lead in the first game, they had their confidence, and in the first game for today, they were able to get some good contact off of some pitches from Dooley, but they weren't able to string together a number of base runners to really threaten any scoring chances. But we'll see if they're able to get out to a quick start, because for Tampa, they've really done most of their scoring damage between the 4th and the 6th inning.
So today's game, crew chief will be Kevin Jack. We saw him over on the first base line. And Steve Haney will take over his spot. The two will be intertwined as Jack will be the one calling balls and strikes for the 3rd and final game. As Coach Leslie Cantor and Coach Julie Lemaire meet in the batter's box to exchange lineups. Some players to look out for. Sydney Laguerre, the junior from Miami. The Spartans have done a fine job holding her in check as she was 0 for 3 earlier today. She did add an assist on the defensive side.
Again, the game start expected time was 2 p.m., but we should have a first pitch right at 2:15.
We'd like to give credit to the grounds crew. The field is in pristine condition right now. Of course, it takes a wear and tear from game to game. These doubleheaders, they do a great job in limited time, getting us ready for action. And what seems to be so impressive about the Spartans, you mentioned their impressive winning streak a bit earlier, but it's not just one or two players. Of course, Julie gets a lot of the credit in the circle, but today the sixth inning was largely imparted to a collective effort by the Spartans.
The Spartans have had great contributions, and a lot to credit that to is they had a bit of a skid, but this team is a mix of freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors all around the board. And when you look at the team just based on class, coming with 3 freshmen, 6 sophomores, including Corinne Miner, who's a redshirt sophomore, 5 juniors, with Clawberg being a redshirt junior, and 5 seniors. So overall, the Spartans aren't just top-heavy in seniors or bottom-heavy in freshmen. They have a good group of people who they dorm together, they're friends, they're colleagues, they really bond and create great team chemistry. As you can see that they're really having an enjoyable time over in the dugout during the games. Corinne Miner warming up. Stellar ERA for her so far in the season at 1.68. Her career ERA is a 1.81.
Leading off, center fielder, number 1, Sydney Legier. Number 1.
So Sydney Legier is going to lead off for the Sharks in the beginning of the second game of the doubleheader, third and final game of the series. She's a junior from Miami, Florida. Miner goes fastball outside, fouled off. First pitch strike, 0-1. Chopped. Clawberg makes the catch, 1 away. Good reflexes there to get the ball that seemed to come to her in about half a second.
Williams, number 2.
Tia Williams at the plate now, number 2. Interesting thing to note is that number 1 hitter is number 1, number 2 hitter is number 2 for these Sharks.
Bit of a cliche there, Alex, maybe? As we take a look, Corinne Miner off to a quick start. The 0-1 changeup, bit high.
It'd be great for Miner's confidence to get a 1-2-3 in the first inning.
So it's a 2-1 count on Williams.
Exactly right.
She had 32 hits coming into the series. Count goes to 2-2.
Exactly.
Alex, talk to us a little bit. I know your Maryland Terrapins in action against the LSU Tigers.
Yeah, for all you college basketball fans out there keeping a track on your March Madness brackets, the Maryland Terrapins just took a 1-point lead on the LSU Tigers, and if any of you have the Tigers potentially being an Elite 8 team or maybe a bracket buster, if you think that they can go up against those Duke Blue Devils, they're having a tough time with the Maryland Terrapins, and that's going to be a good one to watch over on CBS. But thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, here on the Sunshine State Digital Network, Miners 2-2. It's outside 3-2. And you talked about March Madness predominantly in basketball, but we saw a little March Madness in the 6th inning when the Spartans erupted for 3 runs earlier. Expect to see some more of that as the full count pitch, and we'll do it again. Tia Williams, pesky hitter, not giving in, and Corinne Minor's had to work so far.
Yeah, anything can happen in sports, but what we've seen from these Spartans, they've been stellar today and in the series, and especially in their last couple of homestands, and that's...
And head coach Julie Lemaire did not want any part of that line drive as it is crushed down the third baseline foul. Fine crowd here at Namoli Family Stadium, as Alex mentioned. Thanks for tuning in. Alex Kirsch, Connor Moore. Third and final game between the Sharks and Spartans. Minor's payoff is hit down the left field line, and that is going to be a base hit right on the line and in front of Reyes for Tia Williams.
Ball just goes fair. Reyes was unsure if she was going to make a full commitment to that, but smart just to stand behind it and limit that to just be a single.
Yeah, hats off right there for Tia Williams. It was an intense battle. Minor had to throw numerous pitches, and eventually it's Williams prevailing. First pitch outside.
Not seen any stolen base attempts so far from the Sharks. Not really looking to test the arm of Maddie Farrell.
That one is a sky-high pop-up. Wall calling for it. She makes the play 2 down. And that will bring up for the Sharks Miriam Schmall. She's pitching today, going against Corinne Minor.
Miriam Schmall.
The sophomore from Bradenton and a South Florida transfer mentioned last night when she was pitching.
There the runner goes, and just as I mentioned, the Sharks had attempted a stolen base in the series. We see Tia Williams pick up the bag at second. Maybe a lack of communication there between Clawberg and Ballmer, as no one was really covering the bag.
Yeah, the throw was airmailed. However, you got to be happy. Ballmer took a nasty fall there as she was hit by Williams, who slid into second. But for Nova Southeastern, runner in scoring position here for the cleanup hitter. Miriam Schmall has a 1.27 ERA. She chops it to Warrell, 5-3 on the ground out. And Corinne Minor gets us through the top of the first inning. Coming to bat, Tampa, you're watching on the Sunshine State Digital Network.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors.
Welcome back to Namoli Family Stadium on the grounds of the University of Tampa. Lexi Chevalier, freshman leading off for Tampa. What has she brought to this team in her first year with the program?
For Chevalier, she's been all over the lineup in terms of batting, but she started every single game between right field and center field. We've seen her batting third, batting fifth, batting seventh starting the season, but I think we might see her going forwards at this leadoff spot. Spartans tried having Emily Jansen up there while she was hot, and her batting average went down a little bit, but she's a good hitter. She'll be there at the bottom of the lineup. We'll see her today. For Chevalier, bit of a power hitter as the leadoff, as we might have seen historically for the Spartans. There was, if you might recall, Serena Cortez was our leadoff hitter for years, and she had a bit of power at that one spot. So we'll see if Chevalier can do a little damage here and get the Spartans off to a hot start.
Be Chevalier, Clawberg, Warrell, Farrell, Dooley as a designated player. No surprise there. You mentioned she had a run bat in earlier today, getting an extension at the plate. Jansen, Ballmer, Pasco over in center, and Lauren Reyes in left. And for Lexi, she had a hit in 3 at-bats before being replaced for Pasco for defensive purposes. Schmall is ready, as is Chevalier.
Chevalier, the all-time leader in home runs at Bloomingdale High School.
And the first pitch, Chevalier crushes it down the left field line and into the Tampa bullpen foul.
One thing to note about Chevalier is, as we like to highlight our players, not just being players, but also being student athletes, she's also a sport management major and an aspiring broadcaster. So look out for her doing some coverage in the future, Connor. She might be looking to take your job.
Possibly. And with how she's been hitting at the plate, Tampa's got to be excited about this freshman. Only in year 104, she has brought a new dimension to the team, but behind here, 0-2 to Schmall, who has shown glimpses of being a dominant pitcher. Saw that last night. And the 0-2, change up well outside.
One thing to note for Chevalier, she is now at the top of the lineup. She only has 1 walk on the season, and when you bat first, you're going to be asked more to take some pitches and try to just get over to first and let that 2 and 3 hitter behind you move you over. So we'll see if that changes her strategy a bit.
As Chevalier checks her swing, 2-2 the count to the Spartan leadoff hitter. And the payoff. That one is crushed left center field, and that is off the wall. Lexi Chevalier with a stand-up double. Man, oh man, did that ball carry out there. Not sure if that was going to sit out there, but it gave a good ride to Liguier, the center fielder.
About half the other parks in the SSC, that would have been a home run. Very hard to get the ball over the fence here at Nemoli Family Stadium, but Chevalier doing her job, getting over to second base as the leadoff hitter, bringing up Christina Clawberg, who has been solid. 4 for 4 yesterday.
She scored a run earlier.
Yeah, wanted to in the first game.
Showing bunts. It's a good one. Could be an infield hit. And just by the skin of their teeth, the Sharks get the out, but what a bunt there by Clawberg. Sacrifice successful, advancing to third. Chevalier.
I'm not so sure if
Number 22,
the umpires, Steve Handy over there by second base, was able to get a real clear call on that. He was very far away from the action. She might have been safe.
So let's see if the Spartans can capitalize, as Minor will look to help her own cause. 60 feet away is Chevalier. Awaiting on deck, Sam Worrell. And the 1-0. Chop to the third baseman, Kite, making the throw to Mayers. And unable to drive in the run from third was Minor, and that will bring up Worrell.
At the plate, number 44, Sam Worrell.
Eight pitches. It has taken Miriam Schmall to get the first 2 Spartans out. Worrell had a hit, runs scored, and base on balls in the first of the doubleheader. Maddie Farrell awaits on deck. She had 2 hits earlier today with a run batted in. And the 1-0. Hitting the shallow center field. Liguier calling for it. She will make the catch, and the Spartans go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first inning. We'll take it to the second right after this. All right, we're back for the top of the second inning. Corinne Miner will look to get back to work, and she will face Keely Mayers, first baseman for the Sharks.
We did mention a potential upset in the March Madness between Maryland and LSU. LSU was just able to edge out a 2-point victory on a shot in the last 5 seconds, and there's another error. Ball goes flying over the head and out of the reach of Emily Jansen.
Spartans did not commit an error in the first game today, but here in the top of the second, that is their first of the game. And during the intermission, we had talked so much about how imperative it was for both teams just to play quality defense because runs have been difficult to come by, but some fielding miscues have allowed some opportunities as we see the bunt from Wang. Jansen throws to Clawberg, advancing to third is Mayers, one down.
Stephanie Wang there does her job, laying down a solid bunt and advancing the runner over to third.
And now up, Sydney Castell, the southpaw sophomore from Ladoga, Indiana, and a Louisiana Tech transfer. And for Castile, her first glimpse of action here in the series.
Castile is a transfer from Louisiana Tech. Big whiff right there. Looking to go yard.
The 2-1 cut on and miss. The movement there by Corinne Miner on point. Cut on and miss. She gone with the foul tip. Farrell hung on. And that's Miner's first K. And with 2 outs now, Alex, with the runner still on third. Allie Lloyd, the senior from Vieira, up to the plate, trying to bring home the first run. Corinne Miner will have something to say about that. Swinging away, 0-1.
Miner's done a good job this season, improving the number of strikeouts she had. In her freshman year, her first full year as a pitcher, she had a K per 9 of about 4.88, and this season's right about 5.6. It's a good improvement there and getting the punch outs.
Nice spoil pitch there as it was off the plate, and you could tell that Lloyd wanted to swing at it but thought better of it. And the 1-1. Count goes to 2-1. Lloyd is catching today. We had seen Aubrey Hernandez the first 2 games. And the pitch. Sent shallow left. Reyes there, and the Spartans get out of trouble as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Coming to bat for the Spartans.
There's 1 runner left on base. Heading to the bottom of the second.
It will be Farrell, Dooley, and Jansen for the Spartans against Miriam Schmall. Alex, what did you see the poise in particular by Miner? She had a runner on third with 1 out, but was able to get out of it without surrendering that run.
We saw a little bit of the confidence gaining from Nova Southeastern, getting run over to second base. However, the ability to get away, not giving up any runs, is going to hurt the confidence of those Sharks. We saw them score 6 runs all in one inning last night, and that was all based on momentum and being able to get runners on and getting them in, and Spartans were committing errors. And for Tampa, right now they had an error, which got the run over to second base, and to be able to not allow that to result in any runs is definitely positive going forward.
So be Maddie Farrell. She had an outstanding 2 hits earlier and really looked dialed in at the plate against Stroher, who was in her own right pitching a phenomenal game up until the bottom of the 6th inning for Nova Southeastern. Going back to the earlier game, Michaela Dooley mentioned earlier with her 15th win on the season, seems very likely she can get to that 20 plateau if the Spartans continue on with their success that they've been on of late.
Michaela Dooley making an early case to be a consecutive All-American.
Yeah, hard to say that she doesn't deserve it with the just incredible numbers she is doing on the. You expect perfection nearly every time she's out there, and she flirts with it time and time again. Only gave up 2 hits across 7 innings, but cannot do much better than that, especially against a prolific offense that the Sharks have.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the fans for Nova Southeastern between games, and they were a little bit frustrated that the Sharks weren't able to get any runs off Dooley, and mentioned the caliber of Dooley and knows that she's a good pitcher. They respect her, and we see Farrell right there get on base again with a single. Solid hitting from her.
Leaving off where she was in the first game, now she's 3 for 4 for the day, and she'll be replaced. We'll have a pinch runner, and it will be Mackenzie Allen.
Number 11, Mackenzie Allen.
How nice of an asset is it to have Mackenzie Allen on your bench ready to come in anytime to add wheels to the base paths?
Yeah, Allen, she's appearing now in her 24th game of the season. She appeared in 28 games last year. She's only had 3 at-bats, but she scored a multitude of runs. And we got the pinch. The bunt moves Allen over to second. Good job by Dooley to put that pitch on the ground. But with some wheels for Allen over at second now, it sets up another scoring opportunity for the Spartans.
Number 19, Emily Jansen.
And for Jansen now, a base hit more than likely would bring on Allen to the plate. And we see in the middle of the infield, Nova is playing back. Relatively standard are the corners. First pitch to Jansen. Taken low.
Jansen hitless in the first game for today's 2-game doubleheader. However, contributions for the Spartans have come from all around, so she was able to get a big hit here. It would dearly be noted by head coach Leslie Karner, who's been moving her up and down in the lineup.
Hitters count 2-0 on Jansen, awaiting on deck another freshman shortstop, Stephanie Balmer, and for the Spartans, it seems they have a terrific blend of upper and younger classmen who all have a role.
Jansen's really just making great improvements and strides. As a hitter, she ropes that one foul down the third baseline.
Yeah, she was right on that pitch, just a bit early. 2-1 the count. Mentioned that Schmall is not necessarily a strikeout pitcher. Entering the series, she had 94 innings pitched with 40 strikeouts. She had 4 last night. Out in front on the changeup was Jansen, and we got a 2-2 count.
Schmall leads the team and wins with 10. Very solid player in her own right. She's a transfer from University of South Florida.
That one is served on over to Kite at third. 2 down as Allen stays at second. Opportunity here for Stephanie Balmer. She was hitless in 2 at-bats. That one just foul. Out of the outstretched arms of Kite. The at-bat will continue. Pitch number 20 coming up for Schmall. As we look ahead, it's 9-1-2. Kite, Laguerre, and Williams for Nova in the top of the third. VO1 bounces to the plate. And dashing to third is Allen. And she makes it. So heads up base running by Mackenzie Allen and presents the opportunity. We saw now behind the plate, Alex, Allie Lloyd getting her first glimpse of action in the series behind the plate. So there's added pressure on her behind the plate if any pitches get out of the strike zone.
Yeah, a little bobble there. Great heads-up base running, and we'll see if there's maybe a pass ball or anything else in the dirt if Allen would go again. Try to score the first run of the game.
Count goes to 1-2 on the foul. And given how the first 2 games have gone, both games nothing doing offensively through the first 4 innings, have not gotten that feel, though, for this game. Both sides showing more comfortability out there, and offensively, Tampa could break the scoreboard here as Balmer hits it down the third baseline foul.
Yeah, pitched a little inside there. She got a good read on it. It might have been a ball. She took it.
Schmall not afraid to challenge Balmer. She's come up and in on last 2 pitches. The 1-2 gets behind Lloyd, but she keeps it close enough that Allen could not make the decision to come home.
Balmer leads the team in walks and stolen bases.
The 2-2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. Allen on third, Stephanie Balmer against Miriam Schmall. That is punched down to right field, and that's a base hit. Stephanie Balmer, one at-bat to hang in there, and finally got a mistake down the middle by Schmall, and she knew what to do with an opposite field hit.
Yeah, what a piece of hitting there. Smart opposite field hit. Some of you know Stephanie Balmer is a bright future scholar. She's on the Dean Scholarship, and she's shown she's got a bright future in the classroom and on the base paths. What a hit.
And Lauren Pasco off the bench in game 1 came around to score the difference. She had the first run in the bottom of the 6th inning. She scored from first base on a bunt. How about that? Takes the first pitch on the corner for a strike. As Lexi Chevalier is on deck, Lauren Ray is in the flex position.
Pasco, a career .344 batting average. Very consistent hitter, not a lot of pop, but she's able to get those balls in play and really make it difficult for her to get out.
And she has fabulous speed, so anytime a defender makes a bobble or struggles with a play, she has an act for beating out infield hits. And teams know that, but hard to stop when she gets going offensively. And then once she gets on board, she's a difference maker for the Spartans.
She's a senior this year, really accepting that role of being a utility leader and a platoon over in right field and center field and coming on off the bench.
And the 1-2 hit on over to Mayers. And the Sharks get out of it, but not before surrendering the first run of the ball game through 1-0 Tampa over Nova Southeastern. You're listening live on the Sunshine State Digital Network. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to the Namoli Family Stadium. 2 innings have been played in the third and final game of this 3-game series between Nova Southeastern and Tampa. Joined by Alex Kirsch, I'm Connor Moore. Thanks for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. It's been a pleasure to have you with us.
We happen to have a pitching change
In the circle for the
Spartans
For Sam Worrell.
as the senior transfer from South Florida, Sam Worrell, steps in the circle.
And moving to third is Corinne Miner. Alex, what do you think about the change by Coach Leslie Kansick?
I think Worrell must have just said, "I'm ready, put me in," because Miner looked solid. She has the ability to go deep into games, maybe just because she's coming off a year where she had an injury, just limiting the number of innings that she's having. Her career high innings pitch, she had 9 in a game against Florida Tech in her freshman season. She hasn't pitched a complete game so far this season. However, Worrell has really stepped up as being the third pitcher in this rotation for the Spartans. And we'll see with a lead if she can extend this game out and set herself up for the win.
At the plate number 5, Kayla Kite.
All right, so Kayla Kite will be the first Shark to face Sam Worrell here in the top of the third inning. An swing fouled off. On deck for Nova Southeastern leadoff hitter Sydney Leguier. The 0-1 outside. The 1-1 served down the left field line out of play.
Kite, a senior, transfer from St. John's River Community College over in the Jacksonville, St. Augustine area. We love to see players who get their opportunities to go from a community college level to this Division II stage and showing their platform that they belong.
So it's a 2-2 count from Worrell to the Shark third baseman. And the payoff, bouncer, full count. And the pitch. Ball 4. So now what Worrell had in mind walking the 9-hitter, and it flips to the top of the lineup for Leguier.
Now batting number 1, Sydney Leguier.
And the pitch. It's a bunt that goes foul.
Yeah, so Sam Worrell has a combined ERA of 2.86, but one thing to keep in mind is her walks and hits per innings pitched. As in coming into this appearance, she had 22 innings pitched and allowed 21 hits and 6 walks. Not as much of a strikeout threat as either, but she does a great job in getting outs as that bunt results in the first out of the inning.
5-3 Miner to Worrell for the first out. Going to second, Kayla Kite. And now Tia Williams, freshman from Land O'Lakes. She's been an amazing player here for Nova, and she has reminiscence of a few of the other Spartans freshmen that are going to be a force to be reckoned with in this conference for years to come. Swinging away, trotting back, Reyes makes the running catch. Kite unable to tag, and you see the frustration by third base coach Julie Ramirez saying you got to make that read knowing that the ball is going to be caught, because she was caught in between second and third there, and by the time she got back to second, too late to tag.
Yeah, Tia Williams was really the speed and wheels of the team, as she showed some power there, sending that ball out to left field. She stole base earlier in the game, but Kayla Kite, we haven't seen a lot of speed from her.
The 1-0. Count goes 2-0.
Test here for Sam Wall against the best hitter for the Sharks lineup.
And 4 pitches to Suga Van Gerb, so Wall extremely careful with the big bopper for the Sharks.
Seemed like she got the scouting report. That, though, is going to bring up our pitcher for today, Miriam Schmoll. Goes up against her former teammate, Sam Wall.
Oh, what a play. Christina Clawberg going all out. What a play, Alex.
Great diving catch there by Clawberg. Limited that from going into center field, and what a catch. Keeping it at a 1-run lead for the Spartans.
As we look ahead to the bottom of the third inning, coming up for the Spartans, be the top of the lineup, Chevalier, Clawberg, and Minor. You're watching on the Sunshine State Digital Network. Welcome back. Bottom of the third inning, Spartans and Sharks on a Saturday softball doubleheader in the third and final game of this series. Lexi Chevalier here in bat number 2. What do you expect for the freshman?
She looked great in the first at bat. Had a double. See if maybe they look to get her to chase some balls here, and they looked at the scouting report, saw that she doesn't really take any walks.
Schmall's first pitch. Change up low, ball 1.
Ball's down in the dirt. Keep that in mind going forwards. Testing the catcher.
Schmall's 1-0. Changeup all over it is Chevalier. Just got a bit under it, though, and sent it out to Wang for the first out.
Again, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut, make it great. Providing the press box with some delicious food.
All right, Christina Klonberg, we saw her with the premier play over at second base in the top of the inning to keep the Sharks off the board. First pitch, just misses. Notice Van Gerp over there at second out. She's in shallow right field.
Yeah, big gap between second and short. Look for her to maybe drive a ball up the middle would be an easy single.
And that's where she's found success. Was 4 for 4 last night.
We have to let everybody go. It's only their second year.
Say, why are they wasting their time?
I used to say that was some of your days. The one year they
I would
played,
say that too.
And the 1-1
they played Georgia
in on the hands, 1-2.
State. I had to send SID to count all the goals. We had 13 goals that game.
Something like that. We were like, who wants to score next? Anybody? Sure, it was like Sid
So behind in the count
But that's what.
is Christina Klonberg. Miriam Schmalz 1-2. Did Klonberg check her swing? Yes, she did.
Klonberg only played in 3 games last season before having to redshirt the year due to injury. Great to have her back this season healthy, playing the best softball of her career.
And the 2-2. Just a bit inside. So it's a full count to the Spartans' second baseman. Here's the payoff. And Kevin Jack with the punch out as they clip the inside corner. 2 down for the Spartans in the bottom of the third.
Good pitch there from Small. Got her confused, in on the hands, a little bit up, but caught the inside half of the plate.
So now the Spartans starter and moved over to third baseman Corinne Miner up as Wall is on deck. First pitch, swinging away into center field, ranging to her right. Leguier makes the catch and the Spartans go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the third inning. We'll keep it right here as we get ready, Alex. Now for the Spartans, they have the lead. They need to find a way to get 12 outs. If you're head coach Leslie Cantor, is this Sam Worrell's ball game?
Sam Worrell is doing her job and getting the outs that she needs to get, but keep in mind that McKaylee Dooley did not pitch a ton in that first game today, and we could see her in potentially a 6th or 7th inning, especially if Worrell is to get in any form of trouble. Look for Dooley, who's a designated player, to have an easy swip and swap on the positions.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking about it because she only had 83 pitches in game number 1 for the complete game. So if the Spartans were to run into any trouble, I am more than certain that she would go to Leslie Cantor and say, give me the ball, let's finish the series.
Yeah, not to discredit Worrell's pitching at all. It's just when you have an ace like Dooley, who's able to win for you so many games, able to just shut out opponents. And we've seen her go well above 120 pitches in games so far this season.
Dooley, of course, is the designated player for today's game. She had a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat. Continuing on with the March Madness talk, Alex, how about Wofford, the Terriers from South Carolina, taking on the Kentucky Wildcats? Do you think Cinderella and Wofford and Fletcher McGee, the all-time Division I three-point field goal shooter, can make it?
Well, we'll see if they're going to be dancing over in Spartansburg and going over to the Sweet 16, but that's a tough matchup for them. Must-watch TV all around, but great here. We got a pitcher's duel, 1-0 game.
What are we going to do when this carries over to workplace violence?
First pitch from Morrow. Bit up. And Keely Mayers, first baseman senior from Safety Harbor. Ahead 1-0. 1-1. And the 1-1. Change up. So it was not a routine inning for Wara last inning, but she was able to settle in and get out of it. This is 2-2 now. For Mayers, she was 0 for 2 in game 1.
Pearl in conference now has given up 6 earned runs, just over 15 innings of work.
And she's got a full count with the Nova Southeastern first baseman to lead things off in the top of the 4th. Here comes the 3-2. We'll do it again.
What was it? Sam wasn't a rice to see
Spartans playing straight up defense. Payoff from Warrow. And going to first base is Keely Mayers. So back-to-back innings with a leadoff walk, Alex.
Yeah, Warrow, though, is such an asset to this team. She was the 2015 High School National Player of the Year. 3-year career at South Florida, transferred over to Tampa for her senior season. One thing to note over there at first base, runner got a big secondary lead. Warrow again walking the first batter, though. Doesn't seem to rattle her, but with no outs, you really got to limit the number of base runners.
And this is one to Balmer going the short way. And able to get the lead runner. How about that play from Stephanie Balmer to have the awareness to make the split-second decision to go to Clawberg over at second to get the force.
This is a great play over at second. I mean, I don't know if she would have been able to get her over at first. The ball took a funky second bounce, double hopped, and she caught it right around her shoulders, was able to turn and make a quick throw over to second in time. Very good job by Balmer.
As the first pitch for Sydney Castillo, cut on and missed. I'd like to give a shout out to our men's lacrosse team. They defeated Emory-Royal Eagles 25-8 just moments ago.
Yeah, great time to be a Spartan sports fan. Super high expectations for both lacrosse teams. Men's baseball was ranked first in the country.
Yeah, they ran into the Blazers of Valdosta State from the Gulf South, as that one is skied. Battling the sun and making the catch is Chevalier. And that will bring up the catcher, Allie Lloyd.
At plate number 10, Allie Lloyd.
And the pitch misses low. One and one. And the pitch. 1 and 2.
That's a good school. Yeah. Soccer coach used to be Karen Mason.
Sent on over to Klubberg. Easy play. And after the leadoff walk, Sam Wall gets out of the jam. Through 3.5. 1-0 Tampa over Southeastern. Welcome back to the Namoli Family Stadium as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. We have a fun fact for you, actually. Lexi Chevalier's brother, sophomore starting center fielder for who other than the Nova Southeastern Sharks baseball team. Alex, what an ironic...
Yeah, it's ironic to know that these two teams are facing off and they picked competing schools within the SSC. I'm sure they were both heavily recruited to go elsewhere. And yeah, Nathan Chevalier, listed as the starting center fielder for a team that's ranked top 25 in the country.
So now I got to ask you, being a sports enthusiast like yourself, how much of a difference does that make in terms of how much meaning the game has? This is obviously a personal game for the Chevalier family.
Bragging rights. These are great competitors. Puts a big strain on these parents to see who's going to go support what team. Maybe one team's doing better than the other, and the parents will go. I mean, we'll see for the Spartans team if they can get themselves with a number next to their name and get ranked in that top 25 pool the way that they're playing right now.
And with Sam Wall coming up to lead things off in the bottom of the 4th, how crucial is it for her to help her own cause and get on board to set up the Spartans for success this inning?
Wall is really just the most established player on this whole Spartans team and a very sound hitter. She saw the best that Miriam Schmoll had last night and was able to have a good game in her own right. And we'll see if she's able to get a read off Schmoll here and get a runner on base.
All right, we are about ready as Schmoll will throw her first pitch of the bottom of the 4th inning. And it just misses 1-0.
Sam Worrell with nearly a 300 batting average and over a 380 on base percentage in the month of March.
Worrell takes time. Two and 0. Worrell flew out to Leguier in the first inning. And that's the first out as it's driven to Wang.
Just got under and blooped it with some backspin over to left field. That's going to bring up, though, Maddie Farrell. It's been great at the dish as of late.
Yeah, when she's hitting at the plate, the Spartans are a hard team to defeat because she brings it on the defensive end, and any hitting from her is a bonus. So right now she is on a hitting streak as she sends it on over to Mayers, takes it herself for the second out.
Good to see her hustle there over to first, though. Could have just eased up on the base pass.
And that will bring up Michaela Dooley, designated player. And we'll continue to say it. Have got to wonder if she may come in relief here. We've already seen 2 Spartan pitchers. Maybe she will be the third. Who knows? First pitch low to Dooley.
Good decision, though, then, to have her as a designated player and not tire herself out playing offense and defense.
Reminder, the Spartans will travel to Daytona Beach Friday for the first of 3 games that will be played against the Embry-Riddle Eagles. And then Tampa will come back to take on the Buccaneers of Barry from Miami Shores April 5th and 6th for 3 games.
One interesting fact to note is that in losses, McKaylee Dooley only has 1 hit, and all of her other hits come in wins.
Nice stop there, and making the throw across the diamond is Kite to Mayers. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Schmall, and through 4, it's 1-0. We'll keep it here, Alex. Spartans, they need 9 outs. Let's give a breakdown first for Nova, and offensively what they'll need to do.
For Nova, last 2 innings in a row, first batter has gotten on base on balls. And I would say to who do we have coming up right now? We got for Nova Southeastern, who when they get on base, they do a little bit of their hip turn, and they get their swagger going, they get their runs in. But ever since they scored 4 runs in the first game of the series, they've really been stifled. And
so it'd be Kite who worked a walk in her first at bat. Then you go back to the top of the line with Laguerre and Williams. Of course, Hawk is the flex. She will not hit. And how about this, Alex? We talked about it is McKaylee Dooley coming in the circle. Highly anticipated. And I think if you're Coach Leslie Cantor, it was almost of a no-brainer. You know what I'm saying? We have 3 innings left. McKaylee is the best at protecting a lead. It's a narrow one. Only 1 run has been scored thus far. I like the decision. What about you?
I like the decision as well. She's got a tough task ahead of her to go 3 innings and close this game out, but if she does, just prove once again why she is the best pitcher on this team.
Well, I'll run through a few of the positives. First of all, she's very familiar with this lineup. She pitched in both games so far in the series. And second of all, with only needing 9 outs and having the 9-hitter lead off, theoretically, if everything goes as planned, you will only see these hitters once. But obviously, a lot can change. Nova Southeastern, a terrific team, rightfully so. The record shows that. So it'll be by no means an easy encounter and relief for Dooley. But if you're a Tampa fan, have got to feel you have your best shot with her in the circle.
Connor, if Dooley's able to go 1-2-3 this inning, that means in the top of the 6th, she would face Suka Van Gert, the senior from Curacao, as the leadoff hitter, which would be a way better prospect than having her face this inning with any runners on base, given that Van Gert, again, has over a 400 batting average and 38 RBIs on the season.
All right, here we go. Dooley wastes no time. First pitch right down the middle to Kayla Kite, third baseman for Nova Southeastern. And Dooley with the delivery. Identical pitch, and now 0-2 on the number 9 hitter.
Great to see that her control is there after having a big break between the last time she pitched.
And the 0-2.
Looks for the same pitch. Might have missed the mark by a couple of inches.
And that's America's setup pitch right there. Go outside to set up the fastball up and in. Notice Farrell getting up there. See what Dooley brings. As that one is rolled over to Jansen. 1 up, 1 down. Spartans 8 out away. And one player we have not talked a great deal about, Cindy Laguerre, a .315 hitter entering the series. Spartans have done a fabulous job keeping her in check.
She's really been neutralized in terms of her hitting ability. Just love to look at the chemistry between Dooley and Farrell, who get the sign, can really just kind of almost do this pitching and catching without even communicating, just reading each other's minds, knowing where the pitches are going to go.
So worth mentioning with the change, we do have Pasco going from center to right. From third to center is Minor. From the circle to third, Sam Warren, the designated player now. Pitching is Dooley, is that one from Laguerre, grounded to Clawberg. Routine play, 2 quick outs for the Spartans.
Here's a Chevalier comes off from the field. she's a good fielder in her own right, but having Pasco in defensively gives the Spartans a little bit more speed.
Now batting number 2, Tia Williams.
Spartans tried earlier in the season having Bailey Phillips and McKaylee Dooley playing in the outfield, but having these 4 outfielders playing defense stops those balls from turning into doubles and triples. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Bailey Phillips today as a pinch hitter in a crucial situation. Tia Williams flies out there to Pasco, who, as we just mentioned, move over to right field.
And for the Spartans and Coach Leslie Cantor have got to be excited about that quick 1-2-3 inning. Tampa 6 outs away from winning all 3 games against Nova Southeastern and making their move, perhaps, in the Sunshine State Conference. Back here at the Nemoli Family Stadium, my buddy Alex Kirsch, I'm Connor Moore. Alex, what has this game meant to Tampa in terms of 3 different pitchers have entered so far? So the third and final game has been anything but ordinary if you're a Tampa fan.
At this point, the only 2 remaining pitchers that Tampa have are Sam Kay, who we've only seen once this season. She's being used more as a pinch hitter, along with Emily Jansen, who's now at the plate. Jansen made 1 appearance last year pitching, but it's fully expected that Dooley is going to ride out the rest of this game. And if the Spartans were to lose the lead, it would be very interesting to see who would come in to pitch.
Absolutely. So Emily Jansen will look to be the first batter to get Spartans some insurance runs swinging away. Van Gerp makes the throw on to Mayers. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Interesting to know that Van Gerp plays second base, and she has these amazing power numbers along with all of her batting average, maybe like a Jose Altuve type of hitter.
I like the comparison. Of course, Jose and the Houston Astros looking to build on an amazing team that they've developed over the last few years. Obviously, Houston made the transition from the National League to the American League not too long ago, and they have made quite the impact on the American League West, have they not?
Yeah, Houston looking to build when they got Justin Verlander, Cy Young winner, but
1-0.
Great prospects for the upcoming baseball season starting in less than a week.
And Balmer gets on board. Unable to make the play. And getting on with the bunt for Balmer.
Putting balls in play. Balmer's got some wheels. Her speed allowed her to beat that out because it rushed the fielders from throwing that over to first.
It's an E1 going against Miriam Schmall, and you said it best. This has been a series. Put the ball in play and force the defense to make a play, because there have been several sequences where it's been tough. And
Pasco with the bunt. Just out by a hair. She's got some speed as well. Maybe if she angled that bunt just a tad bit more down the third baseline, she could have beat it out, but 2 outs now, but a runner in scoring position with Balmer over at second.
Well, I was wondering because Mayers took her time getting to that, and I think it even caught her by surprise. how Pasco was flying down the first baseline. That was a bang play. I thought for a second that Steve Haney over there was going to give the safe call, and how that could have changed everything. But 2 outs, Ballmer on second. We'll see what Lexi Chevalier can do. Facing her own brother's university in Nova Southeastern. Cut on and missed. 0-2.
A lot of times, though, we do have it where softball and baseball will play the same team at the same time.
Yeah, and how about that? Nathan Chevalier, starting center fielder for Nova Southeastern Baseball. Lexi Chevalier, starting right fielder for
Also
Tampa
seen her
softball.
in center field as well, too. So 5'7" Chevalier Lexi, only 2 inches shorter than her brother. That's something to know, that maybe she got a little bit more of those height genes.
So it's 1-2 with 2 outs. On deck, Clawberg. And this insurance run that's over at second could go a great way for the Spartans. As that one is sent on over. Williams at short makes the play. And through 5 innings, the score 1-0. Spartans over the Sharks.
Man, we got a good one here in Tampa.
Yeah, so I do not think Michaela Dooley will have anything to worry about in terms of coming out. This is her finale right now. She needs 6 outs. She's been there, done that. And for Nova, they've been held in check offensively. Of course, that 5th inning last night was where they got their mojo. But what have the Spartans done defensively to limit this high-power, robust offense?
So limiting the errors is big in this game, as we've seen in the whole series. And super interesting thing to note is that it's expected that Dooley is going to retain this lead. However, what I'm concerned about is if Nova were to score 1 run, tie this game up, and push for the potential for extra innings, because not too long ago, nearly 2 weeks ago, we had a game against Florida Tech that went to 13 innings. And I don't know if at this point Dooley's arm could go that far. So look for Dooley to try to get outs early, as she got a 1-2-3 last inning.
You mentioned this primetime matchup. Suka Van Gert, Michaela Dooley, moments away. Cannot wait for this. However, looking at the stat comparison, one noteworthy statistic that does not get a lot of attention, advancement opportunities. Nova Southeastern is 2 for 11 in that. Tampa 4 for 9. In a game like this where runs are not easy to come by, that makes a big difference. And another one, as Van Gert sends it to shallow right, coming on strong and making the play, is Pasco. 1 pitch, 1 down.
First pitch swinging is great for Dooley there. You know, keeping her arm fresh, getting back into a rhythm, and just getting the next batter out.
Pitcher versus pitcher here. Dooley will face Miriam Schmall. Another stat, the Sharks have left 5 runners on. Spartans have only left 3. And 2 of those 5 runs were leadoff walks that I'm sure Nova Southeastern is going to look back if they do come up a little bit short as opportunities which they had. Sent on over to Ballmer. Makes the throw to Jansen. 2 up, 2 down.
Small grounds out there, but do not discount her pitching today, keeping her team in the game, only giving up that 1 run in the 2nd inning. She's been very stellar. She has an ERA under 1.5.
So Keely Myers, first baseman now, will look to avoid a 1-2-3 top of the 6th. Swings right at Ballmer. And good morning, good afternoon, good night. Michaela Dooley comes right at the Sharks, and all of a sudden, this game is in crunch time as Tampa 3 outs away from taking all 3 games of the series.
Maybe for the Sharks, we'll see next time up at the top of the 7th, which would potentially be their final chance to extend the game or take the lead. Would be maybe I would see the first batter come up, drop a bunt, and just try to get a base runner on, considering they're only down by 1 run. Yeah, we got coming up next, potentially looking forward to the top of the 7th. You do have Stephanie Wang, the left fielder. She's a good hitter in her own right, but she also has enough speed to where she could get on base and act as a scoring threat. But for the Spartans, they're extremely important. if they can add another insurance run.
Absolutely, and after Wang, it has to be mentioned, Castile and Lloyd would be up 2 and 3. They have only appeared in this lone game of the series, and both are hitless in 2 at-bats, so one would wonder if Julie Lemaire would go to the bench for some pinch hitters potentially.
It's tough to get somebody off the bench against Michaela Dooley. It's tough to get somebody who hasn't seen Michaela Dooley yet to go up against her, given just the pure velocity and accuracy that she can pitch at.
So it's 2-3-4 for the Spartans in the bottom of the 6th. Christina Clawberg, Corinne Miner, Sam Worrell due up against Miriam Schmall.
This really is the heart of the lineup for the Spartans. Clawberg, very consistent hitter. Miner and Worrell, great RBI threats. I wouldn't be surprised if Clawberg were to get on as the leadoff hitter. The Spartans get a run in.
And there has not been a lot to talk about offensively. However, Stephanie Ballmer's single that came around to score Allen on second, Coach Leslie Cantor deserves a lot of credit for that move because Maddie Farrell had the leadoff single. And any Spartan fan knows the speed differential with Allen coming on to pinch run, how important, even though she doesn't start, doesn't get at bats, doesn't necessarily field. Mackenzie Allen is a difference maker for Tampa because in games like these when Dooley is on, her ability to score is amazing because without her, Tampa would be in a tie game as Clawberg dribbles that one foul down the third baseline.
Another thing to note is that we have not seen Bree Taphouse in this game either. And given if a runner got on, she could come in as a pinch runner as well, given her speed ability. As Tampa looks to score another run.
Yeah, with the heart of the lineup, definitely would feel more comfortable going into the 7th inning. The 0-1, up and in, 1-1. The pitch number 52 for Schmall coming up. She's pitched a heck of a game. Mentioned she's not a strikeout pitcher necessarily, only has 1 so far, but has only surrendered 3 hits. That one is sent on over to Van Gerp, who makes the play for the first out.
Second baseman to second baseman there.
Now batting, number 22, Corinne Miner.
Schmall's pitch to Miner. Hit over to Williams. It's going to be a tough play. And beating it out is Miner, but that was a fine defensive play across the field. Williams getting to it.
Number 22, Keely Mayers, goes into a full split to catch that ball. Very close to getting the out.
And
super deep in the infield was that hit.
Yeah, it would have appeared that Kite, the third baseman, would have been the only legitimate chance to get Miner. She runs too well. Beats it out for the 4th hit of the game for Tampa. And now Worrell takes a changeup up and in.
Allie Lloyd, the catcher, dropped that ball coming in. Ball's in the dirt and she can't catch it. That's another thing where Miner could advance over to second.
Here's the 1-0. Slow roller. Williams unable to field it, and everybody is safe.
We got official word on the play that that's going to be an error on shortstop Tia Williams. Yet another error for the Sharks.
And let's see, we see Coach Cantor talking to Kevin Jack. Let's see what the change will be.
Potentially.
And now Julie Lemaire coming into the circle. It will be the pinch runner.
It's going to be Bree Taphouse.
Alex called that one. Had not seen her until now.
Interesting decision, though, to switch pitchers here for the Sharks.
Yeah, wonder if it is indeed a pitching change or maybe just a time to settle here. And
very good point. But one thing to note is that smart to take out Worrell and potentially put. We'll see where Tap House goes if she goes to first base or second base, because with Tap House going over to first, it limits the threat of there being a potential double play.
So with one out, it will be Tap House going to first.
Minor at second.
And Maddie Farrell, one of the better hitters of late for the Spartans, up at the dish with 2 on, 1 out. Michaela Dooley on deck. And this is a pivotal point in the game for both sides. Spartans trying to break this one open.
Well, Miriam Schmoll right here does not want to get behind in the count.
First pitch gets away from Lloyd, and both runners advance.
Slow move, Minor to third. Now with Tap House over at second, she would be able to come in and score potentially on a ball that gets to the outfield.
So if you're Maddie Farrell here, wants to send one in the outfield, both runners, Minor on third, Tap House on second, have tremendous wheels. So 1-0 count, and it's 2-0 now.
If you're just joining us now, Tampa took the first game of today's doubleheader in the series, 3-0.
So it's a 2-0 count. Schmoll delivers, served into right field. Hawk makes the catch. Thought about it for a second, was Minor, but held up. That was one that just was not hit deep enough for the runners to tag up.
At the plate, number 9, McKay Dooley.
2 on, 2 out. Michaela Dooley against Miriam Schmoll in the bottom of the 6th inning in the 3rd and final game of this series.
If you're Nova Southeastern here, do you go for a pitch here, add Dooley with an open base at first?
Well, as we look, on deck is Emily Jansen. I think right now, if I'm Nova Southeastern, I just attack. I cannot put runners on board and get myself in potentially further trouble. Although we are seeing Schmoll being careful with Dooley.
We saw Dooley had a huge RBI in the first game today.
Fouled off. So a 1-1. Michaela Dooley against Miriam Schmoll. Impressive stop by Lloyd, keeping that ball in front of her.
Pressure pitch here, 2-1 count.
What does Schmoll like to go with? Little looper into center field, it drops. And now we'll score 2. Michaela Dooley with a 2-run single. A little flare into center field, it drops. And Tampa takes a 3-0 lead.
What a day for Dooley. Gets the win in the first game. She can close out the second. RBI in the first game. 2 RBIs now right there. Great piece of hitting. Blooper into short, shallow center field.
All right, so it was a 3-0 score in the first game. We're currently at a 3-0 score in the second game. And Michaela Dooley. Last night, Christina Clawberg was the MVP without a doubt. She is the difference maker in both games so far for Tampa.
Great team effort, though, for Tampa. Great coaching job by Coach Leslie Canner again.
Jansen on over to Wang, and that will conclude the 6th inning, but not before the Spartans get two. We'll keep it right here. Spartans 3 outs away. And now you mentioned Wang, and we had the two players who were getting their first start of this series, Alex. So expecting Wang to lead off. Would you maybe think about pinch hitting with the 2 and 3 spot when you have Lloyd and you have Castile?
At this point in the game, now that it's a 3-run game, I think they stick with the lineup that they have, given that their batters have gotten a couple at-bats throughout the day. Down by 3 runs, I'm not sure that you put a pinch hitter in and kind of takes out the opportunity of dropping a bunt here, because you don't just need that 1 run, you don't need 2 runs. You need to get runners on the bases, and you need to get in the head of Michaela Dooley. But right now she has, I would assume, tremendous confidence the way that she pitched in the first game, pitched great so far the second game, and she's been hitting lights out as well.
And now, how unusual is this? For Stephanie Wang, this is her third at-bat against the third different pitcher. Her first at-bat was against Corinne Meyer. Her second came against Sam Morrow. This time, congratulations, you're facing Michaela Dooley. See what she can do here. But I think right now, if you're the Spartans, Michaela Dooley, keep it simple, keep throwing those strikes. Her and Maddie Farrell have an amazing connection, pitcher to catcher.
Yeah, Stephanie Wang, well-traveled outfield junior from Arcadia, California, went to Pace University up in New York, came down to the warmer weather, Nova Southeastern, but it's not going to be friendly skies as she faces Michaela Dooley up here.
Yeah, very familiar with Pace University. That's in my home county, of course, Pleasantville, New York. But you mentioned Arcadia, California, so she's been all over the country. As Wang swinging away, first pitch up the middle. What a stop! And unable to get Wang, but that defense was on display by Stephanie Ballmer.
Yeah, great job by Ballmer, but great piece of hitting there from Wang.
So here we are, top of the 7th inning. Lead off batter, Stephanie Wang gets on base, and no surprise here, we see Julie Lemaire talking to Kevin Jack. We will have a pinch runner first. It will be Brooke Ferguson,
Pinch running for the Sharks, number 12.
junior from Titusville, Florida, and a Lake Sumter State College transfer. And now we also have a pinch hitter, Kendra Baldridge. We saw her last night. So no surprise here that the Sharks are mixing and matching here in the final inning potentially.
Speaking of Pace University being known as more of a drama and acting school, let's see if we're in line for some drama here today.
And Kevin Jack will defer as Lemaire, making sure we get the correct
runner over at first base. You got it all sorted out up here in the press box.
And everything is squared away. Ferguson's at first. Baldridge hitting. And Michaela Dooley locates the fastball on the outside corner, strike 1.
We do want to give a shout out to our umpires today, Steve Haney and Kevin Jack, as in terms of balls and strikes and their job behind the plate, we haven't really had too many confrontations between the batters and our coaches. Well done officiating job from them.
So 1-1 from Dooley, cut on and miss. Went with the high cheese, got her, and it's 1-2 now. Do you go back to the rise ball here, Alex?
I would. Look for Dooley to get a strikeout on this pitch right here.
She gone! What do you know? The rise ball, and Baldridge goes down swinging. Spartans 2 outs away from the promised land. And here we go. It looks to be Aubrey Hernandez coming to pinch hit for Allie Lloyd. So Aubrey Hernandez, she caught the first 2 games of the series, did not start, but now coming to pinch hit.
Pinch hitting for the Sharks, number 20, Aubrey Hernandez.
The catcher up though. Runner at first. Maybe a double play to end the game.
Never know. First pitch from Dooley. right down Broadway, strike one.
What a pitch right there.
Yeah, and all out take mode was Hernandez, and Dooley not messing around, executing her pitches. And this is, it's a bomber, getting back is Ferguson, and now for Nova Southeastern down to their final out.
Now batting number 5, Kayla Kite.
Kayla Kite, third baseman, senior from Jacksonville. The last hope for the Sharks.
Righty-lefty matchup.
Ball one.
Tampa also happens to be a very hard team to game plan for, given that all but one of their hitters are right-handed, especially if you have a majority of left-handed pitchers on your team.
1-1 the count. And Michaela Dooley is on another level right now. Just unstoppable in the circle. The Michaela Dooley show taking over here. As that one is crushed through the middle. Ferguson makes the turn. She will go to third.
Base running there.
So runners on the corners, Alex. And the tying run in Sydney Legier, the center fielder coming to bat. You mentioned the drama that we have going on in Namoli. This game is not over yet.
At the plate, number 1, Sydney Legier.
Legier, .315 batting average coming into the series.
Serves it. Reyes is there, and that's the ball game. The Spartans take all three against the Sharks. How about that? Tampa, they improved to 22-9, 12-6 in Sunshine State Conference play. Nova Southeastern, they go to 20-15 and 9-6 overall. Alex, take us through that final sequence. What was Michaela Dooley able to do with runners on the corners there?
Dooley just went in win mode and gave her best stuff. Tampa now, 12-game winning streak. I didn't know if when they were in a 7-game skid, I would have imagined anything this good. Their confidence right now has to be at an all-time high, and thinking about the rest of the season going forwards.
Well, now they travel to Daytona Beach Friday. They have a doubleheader before playing on Saturday against the Embry-Riddle Eagles. We have to mention, coming into the series, Embry-Riddle, they were 6-6 in play. Tampa 9-6. Tampa obviously now 12-6. So they have the momentum going on the road.
That's going to be must-see action to watch and listen to.
For Alex Kirsch, I'm Connor Moore. Thanks for tuning in. Spartans take both games of the doubleheader and win the series. Commanding fashion, they take all three games against the Nova Southeastern Sharks. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Signing off.